Have you ever stopped to think about what differentiates the person who walks through life feeling a constant emptiness from that other person who wakes up every day with meaning, clarity, and direction? It's not money, nor luck, nor even talent. The real gap lies in the way the mind has been programmed in that set of beliefs that almost always, without you realizing it, you started building from your childhood. And let me share something with you that perhaps no one has ever expressed with such clarity. If today you see yourself stuck, if you feel you're going around in circles, if you feel that life is dragging you along while others move forward, that does not mean you are incapable. What's happening is that your mind has been trained for fear, insecurity, and surrender. And that programming, my friend, can be changed from this very moment, this very night, while you relax. Because what I'm about to reveal to you is not just motivational advice or a spark of temporary encouragement that fades the next day. This is about deep reprogramming. It is about replacing the old operating system of your mind. And the most beautiful thing is that you can begin this process even while you sleep. Yes, even when your body rests, your subconscious mind can receive truths capable of changing your reality. Are you ready to understand how the most successful people on the planet think differently? Do you feel prepared to leave behind the beliefs that have held you back for years and welcome a new version of yourself? Then take a breath, get comfortable, and if you sense that the time has come to commit to yourself, write in the comments, "I'm ready to reprogram my mind." Write it, because that simple act of putting it into words activates something in your brain. It sends a message to your subconscious. This is serious, and believe me, your subconscious has always been paying attention to you. It's just that perhaps until now, you've been giving it instructions that do not favor you. Let me share something I understood many years ago, at a time of my life when I myself felt I was at my lowest point. I had spent months, even years, working without rest, making an effort, trying to move forward, and yet the results weren't showing up. I would wake up exhausted. I went to bed, discouraged. And in the midst of all that, a little voice inside me whispered the same phrases over and over again. You're not enough. You don't have what it takes. Maybe this isn't for you. Does that sound familiar? Because that inner voice, that voice that tears you down, is actually not yours. It is the echo of everything they told you when you were a child, of what you heard in moments of suffering, of everything your environment made you assume about who you are. And one day I saw it clearly. The problem did not lie in my effort. The real obstacle was in the way my mind had been programmed. I was allowing myself to be guided by a faulty mental map. It was like trying to reach a destination using a GPS that only leads you in circles. No matter how hard you hit the accelerator, you never arrive because the system is misconfigured. That is exactly what millions of people are living. They strive, they give their all, they fight every day, but their unconscious mind is oriented toward failure, lack, and mediocrity. And as long as that inner structure does not change, nothing on the outside will truly be different. Now let me speak to you with absolute sincerity. Changing your mental programming is not something that happens overnight, thanks to a single positive thought. It is not enough to tell yourself I am successful in front of the mirror if deep down you don't feel it's true. Your subconscious is much more perceptive than that. It can tell when there is no coherence, and when there is a clash between what you consciously express And what you really hold inside it is the subconscious that ends up prevailing. That is why so many affirmations don't work. That is why many people try to transform themselves and end up repeating the same patterns. However, there is a correct way to do it, and that path consists of allowing yourself time and again to be immersed in the truths you need to make part of you. Not just hearing them, but integrating them and allowing them to penetrate to the deepest levels of your mind. This occurs with greater intensity when you enter a state of deep calm, when your brain waves shift into theta and the defenses of the ego and mental resistance soften. That is why the moment before sleep has a special magic. That is why listening to these truths while you rest can literally change your life, because your mind is like a garden. And for a long time, you have allowed weeds to grow thoughts of insecurity, limiting beliefs, learned fears. The time has come to plant something new. Seeds of confidence, of clarity, of purpose. And every time you listen to these truths, every time you allow them to enter your awareness without resisting, you are watering those seeds. And with time, they grow and become your new way of living. That is why tonight, or right now as you listen to me, I want to invite you to release the need to control. Let go of that urge to analyze and dissect every sentence. Simply allow these truths to reach you. Allow your mind to open gently, because what I'm about to share with you has been proven by thousands, by millions of people who have changed their destiny. It is not theory. It is living experience. It is wisdom concentrated over decades of practice, study, and collaboration with some of the brightest and most successful minds on the planet. And I want to begin with an essential truth, a truth that changes everything when you truly embrace it. Here it is. You are not what is happening to you. You are not your past story. You are not the mistakes you have made, nor the opportunities that slipped away. At your core, you are a creative mind with limitless potential. And right at this moment, you have the power to choose who you want to be from here on out. Not tomorrow, not next Monday, but right now. Because most people live on automatic pilot. They get up, replay the same thoughts, experience the same emotions, make the same decisions, and expect different results. But life doesn't work that way. If you keep holding on to the same old thoughts, you will continue to get the same things you've gotten so far. The first step toward an authentic and lasting transformation begins when you choose to take conscious command of your mind, when you stop being just a passenger and become the pilot. And I want you to know that taking control of your mind is the most valuable thing you can do in your life. It isn't ego or frivolity. It is something deeply essential, because everything you experience in your external reality is a reflection of what is happening in your inner world. Your level of success, the quality of your relationships, your physical well-being, your joy, everything originates in your way of thinking. And if you manage to learn how to think in the right way, if you train your mind to orient itself toward success and not failure, toward abundance and not scarcity, toward calm and not chaos, your life will change in ways that perhaps today you can barely imagine. I know that some people hear this and say to themselves, "It sounds nice, but my life is different. My problems are real." And of course, your problems are there. Your challenges are real. But let me ask you a question. Do those problems become lighter or heavier when you look at them from a mind full of fear and uncertainty? Do your challenges get solved more easily when you are in a state of clarity and confidence, or when you feel overwhelmed and blocked? The answer is obvious. What happens on the outside is not what determines your success. What defines it is your mental state, and your mental state is something you can influence. You will not always be able to control what happens on the outside, but you can always take care of the way you respond inside. And that inner reaction is what shapes your entire life experience. Imagine for a moment two people going through the exact same situation. Let's say they both lose their job. One of them plunges into panic. They tell themselves, "I knew this would happen. I'm never enough. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm ruined." With this type of thoughts, that person collapses, falls into a depressive state, stops looking for options, becomes convinced that the world is against them. And as you can imagine, their external reality ends up reflecting that internal programming. Months, even years, can go by, and they still cannot move on from that same point. Now picture the second person. They go through the same job loss, but their inner reaction is different. They think, "This is a setback, but it's not the end. I've overcome difficult things before. This is an opportunity to find something better, something more aligned with what I really want. I'm going to use this time to improve my skills, to connect with people, to explore possibilities I hadn't considered before." Do you sense the difference? The external experience is identical, but there are two completely opposite mental programmings, and therefore two very different destinies. And this is not naive optimism. It is a form of lucid realism. It is recognizing that your mind is the most powerful tool you have, and that if you don't handle it wisely, it can become your adversary. But if you learn how to channel it, if you learn how to orient it, it becomes your greatest ally. So how is it done? How do you reprogram your mind? Everything begins with awareness, with starting to notice the thoughts that pass through your mind, because most people are not aware of what they think. They live in constant reaction. Something happens, and immediately they think and feel in an automatic way. They don't stop to question whether that thought is real, whether it is truly serving them. They simply accept it as truth. But you, from this moment on, are going to walk a different path. You're going to become a calm observer of your own mind. You'll begin to recognize the thoughts that appear. And when a limiting thought arises, a thought of fear or doubt, you will not identify yourself with it. You will no longer speak of yourself saying, "I am fearful," or "I am insecure." Instead, you will say, "I am having a fearful thought. I am having an insecure thought." Do you notice the difference? You stop identifying with the thought and begin to recognize yourself as the witness of what passes through your mind. And by taking that observer seat, you reclaim your power, because you can choose whether to follow that idea or let it go peacefully. And let me add something more. Most of the negative thoughts that arise in your mind are not even truly yours. They are conditioning. They are programs that were installed within you when you were a child, when you were exposed, sensitive, and lacked the ability to filter what others told you. They told you that you weren't good enough. They told you that money was something bad. They told you that you couldn't trust yourself. And you, without realizing it, embraced those ideas as if they were indisputable realities. Since then, you've been moving forward carrying the weight of those beliefs. But here comes the good news. Everything that was once programmed can be reprogrammed. Your mind has a surprising plasticity. We know this as neuroplasticity. Your brain is capable of renewing itself, of creating new connections, of establishing new patterns at any stage of your life. It doesn't matter how old you are or how long you have sustained the same way of thinking. The possibility of change is always there, and that change begins right now. At this moment, I want to invite you to imagine your life 1 year from now, a full year from today. Visualize that you have devoted that year to reprogramming your mind. You have invested that year feeding your mind with ideas of power, clarity, and purpose. How do you see yourself in that future version of you? What emotions inhabit you at that moment? What goals have you achieved? How have your relationships with others changed? What has happened to your health? What has happened to your financial reality? Give yourself a few moments to imagine it in detail, because your brain does not distinguish between a real experience and an experience intensely felt in the imagination. And when you picture yourself in that state of success, serenity, and fullness, you are sending deep signals to your subconscious. You are telling it, this is possible, this is real, this is where we are headed. And that subconscious, endowed with enormous strength, begins to move to shorten the distance between the point where you are today and the point where you want to be. However, there's a key element: consistency. It is not enough to imagine your success once and expect everything to change magically. You need to practice it day after day, and even better, if you do it twice a day, in the morning, when you wake up, and at night before falling asleep. Those are the moments when your subconscious mind is most permeable and receptive. And if you choose those spaces to program your mind with what you truly long for, instead of allowing the environment to flood it with fear and pessimism, your life will begin to move along a completely new path. And since we mentioned consistency, I want to share something I've observed in the most successful people I've had the privilege of meeting. All of them, without exception, share one trait: solid mental discipline. They don't let their mind wander aimlessly. They don't allow toxic ideas to settle in and remain. They maintain mental hygiene, a daily practice that protects and nourishes their inner world. And that practice is not complex, nor does it require large amounts of time. What it truly demands is genuine commitment. Imagine that every day, upon waking, before checking your phone, before listening to the news, before letting the demands of the day seize you completely, you give yourself 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. During that short span, you sit in stillness, you breathe deeply, and you reconnect with your purpose. You remind yourself who you are and where you are going. You repeat to yourself the truths you want to anchor within. I am capable. I am worthy. I am in control of my life every day. I'm getting closer to my goals. I have everything I need within me. Can you sense the power of this simple routine? 10 minutes, just 10 minutes a day, and you will be planting seeds of success in your mind, tending your inner garden. With time, those seeds will grow until they become your dominant reality, and what once seemed unattainable will begin to feel natural, almost inevitable. You may be thinking, right now, it sounds beautiful, but I carry too many responsibilities, too many tasks, and I feel like I don't have time for this. And I understand that feeling very well. Life demands a lot. But let me invite you to consider something. Do you have time for frustration? Do you have space for stress? Do you have room to go on feeling trapped in a life that doesn't fulfill you? Because that is precisely the cost of neglecting your mind. It steals your peace, your energy, your capacity to shine. And the truth is, you cannot afford to skip this inner work, not if you truly want to change your life, not if you long to live fully, instead of merely surviving. Because when you care for your mind, when you nourish it and program it consciously, the other areas of your existence begin to move more harmoniously. You start making wiser decisions. You experience more vitality. You become more productive. Your relationships grow healthier. Your health strengthens. Everything rises because everything begins in your mind. And here comes another truth that is important for you to embrace. You cannot live a first-class life with a second-class mindset. It is simply impossible. Your external world will never be above your internal world. Never. If inside you see yourself as small, your life will adjust itself to that smallness. If deep within you, you recognize yourself as powerful, your experience will begin to reflect that power. It is a law as solid and predictable as gravity itself. So ask yourself this question: what kind of life do you want? Do you aspire to an extraordinary life? A life filled with purpose, meaning, and genuine achievements? Then you need an extraordinary mind. And that mind does not appear out of nowhere. It is built little by little, day by day, thought by thought, choice by choice. And let me explain something about decisions. Every choice you make is like a vote for the kind of person you are becoming. When you choose to get up early instead of staying in bed, you are voting for discipline. When you decide to nourish your body in a healthy way, instead of turning to junk food, you are voting for your well-being. When you choose to turn off social media and focus on your work, you are voting for your success. And with each of those votes, you are sculpting your identity. You send a direct message to your subconscious: this is who I am. This is the person I am becoming. And with time, when enough votes accumulate in the right direction, you become that version of you. You no longer need to push yourself so hard. It becomes something spontaneous, almost natural, because you have reprogrammed your mind. You have created new habits and you have installed a different identity. Now, along this path of reprogramming your mind, resistance will appear. You will encounter moments of uncertainty. There will be mornings when you open your eyes and think, I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I'm really changing. And in reality, those are the most crucial moments because they are the ones that truly forge you. Not the days when inspiration is with you and everything flows easily. Those days are comfortable. The days that truly make the difference are the hard ones. Those when you feel like giving up. It is precisely on those days that your character is formed and strengthened. And in those moments, you must remember why you began this journey. You need to go back to your purpose. You must remind yourself that the pain of discipline is much softer than the pain of regret. Because believe me, to reach the end of your life and realize you never unfolded your true potential, that you never gave it, an honest try is a burden you won't want to bear. It is a kind of pain unlike any other, but you are not going to reach that point because right now you are here, in this very moment, making a commitment to yourself. You are doing the inner work. You are planting the seeds. And even if you still don't see clear results, Even if it seems that nothing is changing, decide to trust the process, because beneath the surface, a lot is happening. Your mind is reorganizing, new neural connections are appearing. Your subconscious is absorbing these truths, and soon, very soon, you will start to see the fruits. And when those fruits appear, when you notice that your way of thinking is changing, that you experience yourself differently, that your behaviors have changed, don't hold back, because success is not a final destination. It is a path. It is an ongoing process of growth, expansion, and becoming someone more whole than the version of you from yesterday. And truly successful people, those who live extraordinary lives, never stop growing, never stop learning, never stop refining themselves, because they have understood something fundamental. The day you stop growing is the day you start dying. And I'm not talking about physical death, but an inner death, that experience of feeling trapped in routine, of sensing that life has lost its spark, of believing there is nothing new to be excited about, and that, my friend, is a trap you don't want to fall into. That's why you must keep expanding, keep learning, keep challenging yourself, and above all, never stop protecting your mind, because your mind is your greatest wealth. It is worth more than any possession, any bank account, or any material object. Because with a clear and aligned mind, you can create everything else. You can generate abundance, take care of your health, build deep and meaningful relationships, shape a life you truly love. But if you don't have the right mental attitude, even if you have everything else, you will still feel an emptiness, a sense of lack, because genuine success, true achievement, does not come from what you own, but from who you are. It springs from your inner peace, from the conviction that you are living in alignment with your values, with your purpose, with your most intimate truth. And that deep truth, let me remind you of it. You are enough. You have always been enough. You don't need to become someone else. You don't have to do more to be worthy of love, respect, or success. You are already worthy of all of that, simply for existing, simply for being. But you need to believe it. You need to allow this truth to reach the depths of your being. As long as that doesn't happen, you will continue chasing approval on the outside. You will try to fill a void that can only be filled from within. And let me be very direct, no external achievement can fill that inner emptiness. There is no amount of money, recognition, or success that can make you feel whole if inside you see yourself as incomplete. I have met people with enormous material wealth who feel they have nothing, and I have met people with very few resources who feel they have everything. Where do you think the difference lies? The difference is inside, in the relationship each person has with themselves, in their inner peace. That is why you must direct your energy toward that peace, toward strengthening your relationship with yourself. Because when you are in harmony with yourself, when you accept and love yourself, you radiate something special, and you begin to attract valuable experiences into your life. It is not about magic or some hidden power, but about the fact that when you feel good about yourself, you choose with greater clarity, you gravitate toward people who are more aligned with your path, and you become open to receiving new opportunities. You begin to say yes to experiences that you would previously have avoided. Out of fear, you allow yourself to take risks, to try, and with time to succeed. But the root of it all lies in that relationship with yourself, and that relationship grows in silence. It strengthens in those moments when you are alone with yourself, without distractions, without noise, simply present. And in those moments, if you listen carefully, if you truly open yourself to hearing, you can perceive the voice of your inner wisdom, that voice that has always been there, longing to guide you, but which has often been silenced by the noise of the world. That voice, that inner compass, knows exactly what you need to do. It knows your next step. It knows your purpose. But it will not force itself on you, nor will it shout over the noise. You are the one who has to make space for it. You are the one who must calm the chaos. And when you do, when you truly listen, you will be amazed at the clarity of the guidance that arrives, because clarity is power. When you know when you have clearly defined what you want, when you remember who you are and recognize the direction you are following, nothing can stop you. Other people's opinions stop hurting you. Rejection no longer knocks you down. Obstacles turn into challenges you can move through, because clarity becomes your guide. And from that clarity comes confidence. From confidence comes action, and from action, results appear. Now, before going any deeper, I want to ask you for something. If up to this point, you've noticed a spark inside, if any of these phrases has resonated with you, I ask you to like this video, because that simple gesture not only helps more people find this message, but it also strengthens your own commitment. It tells your mind, this matters to me. I'm paying attention. And that seemingly small act of commitment, even if it looks insignificant, accumulates and becomes part of your transformation process. So do it now. Give it a like. Very well, let's continue, because there is still so much your heart needs to hear, and that your inner self is ready to receive. And I can assure you that every minute you invest in this message will be a minute that contributes to the transformation of your life. Not immediately, not as a magic trick, but in a deep and real way. Because the truths that are coming are not just words, they are keys. Keys capable of opening doors in your mind that you perhaps didn't even know existed. Let's now talk about an aspect that few people truly understand in depth: the power of intention. Most people live without a defined inner direction. They wake up and merely react to whatever the day throws at them. They answer emails, take calls, comply with other people's expectations, and at the end of the day, they feel exhausted but not fulfilled, because they have been full of activity but not truly productive. They have been in constant motion without moving towards something that genuinely has meaning for them. But you, from now on, are going to decide to live with intention. And this means that every morning before the day sweeps you away, you take the helm of your day. You choose how you want to feel. You define what you want to accomplish. You decide who you have chosen to be, and you put those intentions in writing. Yes, write them down, because there is a particular power in the simple act of writing. When you write your intentions, you take them out of your mind and place them on the concrete plane. You give them shape, you give them weight, and your subconscious begins to take them seriously. At the end of the day, you review them and ask yourself, did I honor my intentions? Did I embody the person I had decided to be? If the answer is yes, celebrate it and be grateful, because every small victory counts. And if the answer is no, don't judge yourself. Simply ask, what derailed me? What can I do differently tomorrow, and correct your course? Because living with intention is not about being perfect, but about remaining awake, learning, and continually improving. And with time, living with intention becomes your natural way of being in the world. You no longer need to force it so rigidly because it integrates into your essence. And when you reach that state, when you live each day with purpose, direction, and clarity, your life begins to change. You stop being at the mercy of what happens outside. You are no longer a leaf that the wind blows from side to side. You become a ship with a firm rudder sailing toward the destination you yourself have chosen. And since we are mentioning destiny, I want to make something essential clear to you. Your destiny is not predetermined. It is not written in the stars, nor is it completely beyond your influence. Your destiny is the sum of your daily choices. Every thought you decide to hold, every action you choose to take, every word you decide to say leads you to one place or another. And the place where you ultimately arrive is in the end your responsibility. I know the word responsibility can sound heavy like a burden, but in reality, it is a source of freedom. Because if you are responsible for your life, that also means you have the power to change it. You are not trapped. You are not condemned. At any moment, you can choose differently and with enough aligned decisions, shape a new life. But here's the challenge. Most people shy away from responsibility. It is much more comfortable to blame. It is easier to say, it's my childhood's fault. It's my boss's fault. It's the economy's fault. It's the government's fault. And although all of that may have had an impact and may have made the path more difficult, it does not determine the ending of your story. You are the one who decides the ending of your own story. And when you assume total responsibility, when you release blame and choose to act something very similar to magic happens, you reclaim your power, because while you blame, you hand your strength over to the outside. You are saying, they control my life. Instead, by choosing responsibility, you declare, I control my life. I decide, I create. And that is the most powerful position you can place yourself in. Now I want to give you a practical tool you can start using from today. It's called the Rule of 3 Victories. Every night before going to bed, acknowledge 3 wins you had during the day. They don't have to be grand achievements. They can be small things. Maybe you got up at the time you had promised yourself. Victory. Maybe you chose a healthy meal instead of junk food. Victory. Or maybe you faced that uncomfortable conversation you had been putting off. Another victory, and write down these 3 victories. And while you write them, take a moment to feel proud to recognize that you are still moving forward, that you are growing because your mind needs evidence. It needs to notice progress. When you consciously look for and acknowledge your victories, you train your brain to see what is constructive, to detect opportunities instead of only problems, to recognize movement rather than stay trapped in the sensation of stagnation. And the opposite is also true. If every night you focus your attention on what went wrong, on what you did not achieve, on what you still lack, you train your mind to stay stuck in the negative, and with time, that becomes your habitual way of looking at things. You begin to see problems everywhere, and when you see only problems, you feel overwhelmed, defeated, and little by little, you stop trying. On the other hand, when you train your mind to recognize your achievements, to see progress, to discover opportunities, you feel strong, you feel motivated, and you keep going. And there lies the difference between those who flourish and those who remain stuck. It's not that successful people don't have problems. It's that they choose to direct their gaze toward solutions. They decide to focus on what they can control. They choose to center their energy on moving forward. And this brings us to another fundamental aspect: focus. In today's world, with so many distractions, so many demands, and so much information circulating, the ability to concentrate has practically become a superpower. Whoever can focus, whoever learns to quiet the noise and direct their attention toward what truly matters, has an enormous advantage. Because while many are scattered, trying to do 1,000 things at once, you remain centered, and that steady focus ends up producing results. But focus is not something you are simply born with or without. It is a skill and inner muscle that can be trained and strengthened with practice. Start with small stretches. For example, 20 minutes. During those 20 minutes, you give yourself completely to a single task. You don't check your phone. You don't open your email. You don't get distracted. You keep your attention on a single objective. When the 20 minutes are over, you take a short break and then repeat. With time, you'll be able to extend those cycles to 30 minutes, 45 minutes, even an hour. And you'll realize you accomplish much more in those moments of deep concentration than in many hours of interrupted work, because focus works exponentially. When you truly immerse yourself in just one thing, when you enter that state of flow, you become almost unstoppable. Ideas start flowing. Creativity blossoms. And what once took you hours, you now accomplish in a fraction of the time. And here's the secret: protect your focus as if it were your greatest treasure. Because it is. Your attention is your most valuable resource, and many want it. Social media chases it. The news demands it. The people around you also call for it. And if you don't set boundaries, if you don't safeguard your attention, it will slip away. And with it, your dreams will slip away. Your potential will slip away, because you cannot build something deep and meaningful if you are always scattered. That's why decide consciously where you place your attention. And this also includes the people you spend your time with, because those around you impact you far more than you think. If you spend your days with negative people who complain, who have no aspirations, that will end up influencing you. Not because you are fragile, but because we are social beings and we absorb the energy of those at our side. That is why it is so important to surround yourself with people who lift you up, who inspire you, who challenge you to grow. Not those who only tell you what you want to hear, but those who offer you what you truly need to hear. And if those people are not yet part of your circle, go out and find them. Seek out communities, mentors, books, audios, and videos from people who are already in the place you aspire to reach, because your growth is deeply connected to the influences you allow into your world. If day after day you surround yourself with negativity, mediocrity, and excuses, that is what will begin to permeate your mind and heart. In contrast, when you choose to expose yourself constantly to excellence, discipline, and success, that is what you begin to integrate, until eventually you become a natural reflection of those same forces. And let me tell you something about mentors. A mentor does not necessarily have to be someone you know personally. It can be the person you read in a book, the one you listen to in an audio, or whose life you observe and study carefully. Because knowledge is available, and so are strategies. You don't need to reinvent everything or carry the idea that you must discover everything on your own. Others have already walked that path. They have fallen, gotten back up, and gathered valuable lessons. And if there is wisdom in you, you will allow yourself to learn from them. And that is precisely what those who obtain great results do. They look at those who got there first, model their success, study what truly works, and put it into practice. They don't wear themselves out trying to be completely original in every aspect. They understand that success leaves clear footprints, and with humility, they are willing to follow them. Now, this doesn't mean that you copy exactly what others do. It means that you make the principles your own, those fundamentals that never change, that are valid in any era, in any field, and under any circumstance. Principles such as discipline, integrity, perseverance, and a spirit of service. They are universal. And when you apply them, results appear as a natural consequence. But here is where the difficulty appears. Many people know these principles, but they don't put them into action. They know what they should do, and yet they don't do it. And there is one word for that: procrastination. Procrastination kills dreams. It is that silent distance between the point where you are and the place where you long to be. If you don't cross it, you will remain stuck in the same spot. So how do you overcome procrastination? The first step is to understand why it shows up. It is almost never just laziness. It is usually fear. Fear of making mistakes, of being rejected, of not being good enough. That fear paralyzes you, leads you to postpone and to hide in distractions. Because as long as you are distracted, you don't have to face directly what you're afraid of. But here's the truth. Fear does not disappear on its own. You can't just sit around waiting to feel ready or to feel confident, because that day almost never comes. The way out is to act in spite of fear, to take the step even while afraid, because action is the antidote. When you move, when you get going, fear begins to lose its hold on you. And I want to share something that can be very useful. You don't need to be motivated to act. You can act even without motivation. In fact, many times motivation comes afterward, not before. You start, and in the very act of moving, you find momentum, you pick up rhythm, and almost without noticing, you enter a state of flow. But you would never reach that state if you waited to feel motivated before beginning. So this is the plan. When you have something important to do, something you've been postponing, stop overthinking it and don't delay it any longer. Start. Give yourself 5 minutes, just 5. Tell yourself, I'm going to work on this for 5 minutes, and begin. And you will find that after those 5 minutes, many times you won't want to stop, because the hardest part is getting started. Once you are in motion, continuing becomes much easier. And with time, this habit of starting, of acting without waiting to feel completely ready, becomes part of your identity. You become someone who acts, someone reliable, someone who honors what they promise. And that reputation before yourself and before others is priceless, because when you know you follow through with what you say, your confidence grows. And when others perceive it too, opportunities begin to come into your life. Now I want to invite you to look at it calmly. What have you been postponing? What is that thing you know deep down needs to be done? Maybe starting that project, maybe having that pending conversation, maybe making that call, maybe making that decision. Whatever it is, decide to commit to doing it, not tomorrow, not next week, but today, or as soon as you possibly can. And here comes the first step. As soon as you finish listening to this, or when you find a moment, Write in the comments, I am going to act. That's it. I am going to act. Because that public commitment, even if no one knows who you are, has power. It tells your mind, this is serious. I'm not going to keep postponing this. And that small act is the doorway to breaking the cycle of procrastination. Good. Now let's talk about something fundamental for your success: how to manage your energy. You may have plenty of hours available in a day, but if you lack energy, you won't get anything done. Most people live exhausted, operating on reserve, doing things out of habit and wondering why they don't get results. However, energy is not something static as if it came in a fixed, unchangeable amount. It can be managed, it can be increased, and it rests on 4 pillars: your body, your mind, your emotions, and your spirit. And if you neglect any of those areas, your overall level of energy will be affected. Let's begin with the body. Your body is the vehicle in which your mind travels. If that vehicle is damaged, no matter how much you want to move forward, you won't be able to go very far. That's why you must care for your body and nourish it properly. It doesn't need to be perfect, nor do you need to become an athlete. Just give it the essentials: real food, enough water, proper rest, and regular movement. And when I talk about movement, I don't necessarily mean spending hours in a gym. I'm talking about moving, walking, stretching, doing something that wakes your body up. Your body was created to be in motion, and when you move it, your energy increases, your mind clears, your mood rises, everything rises. And along with this comes rest. Rest. In a world that glorifies being busy, resting has almost become a taboo topic. But listen carefully. You cannot be truly productive if you are exhausted. You cannot think clearly if you're at your limit. You cannot decide wisely if your tank is empty. That's why you must prioritize your rest sleep as much as your body requires, and don't feel guilty for it. Rest is not laziness, it is repair. It is recharging, so you can show up as your best self. Then comes the mind. Your mind consumes energy, and a lot of it. If you keep it constantly saturated with worries, negative thoughts, and distractions, it wears out. That's why you need moments of silence, times when you're not consuming information and you simply exist. In those intervals, your mind reorganizes, regenerates, and becomes ready to perform at its best again. Your emotions also have a direct impact on your energy. Heavy feelings like anger, resentment, or envy devour your energy and empty you from within. If you drag them along day after day, you will end up feeling tired without fully understanding why. That is why it is so essential to let go, to forgive, and to release, not for others, but for yourself. Because holding on to resentment is like drinking poison and waiting for the other person to collapse. In the end, you are the one who gets hurt. And finally, there is your spirit. Your spirit is your connection with something greater than yourself, your sense of purpose, your sense of meaning. When you disconnect from that, when you simply follow routines without a genuine why, your energy gradually shuts down. Because nothing nourishes you in the deepest part of who you are. On the other hand, when your purpose is clear, when you know why you do what you do, energy arises even on hard days, even when you're tired. There is something bigger that sustains you, something greater than immediate comfort. And that is what allows you to keep going when others quit. So ask yourself these questions. What is your purpose? Why do you do what you do? And don't answer to pay the bills. that does not inspire, it only wears you down. Go deeper. Maybe it's about offering a better life to your family. Maybe it's about leaving a legacy or making a positive impact on the world. Whatever it is, connect with it and bring it to mind every day, because that purpose is your fuel. And since we're talking about fuel, think of something almost no one stops to consider: the price of not changing. Most people only focus on what it takes to change. It's hard, it requires effort, it demands sacrifice, and yes, that's true. But they rarely ask themselves how much it costs not to change, to stay in the same place, to repeat the same patterns, and to receive the same results. And that cost is enormous: years lived in frustration, unused talent, dreams that slowly fade without ever being pursued. It is arriving at the end of your road and asking yourself, what would have happened if? That is a price you don't want to pay, because when time is gone, it doesn't come back. You cannot recover it or relive it. So yes, change has a price. It requires discomfort, discipline, and leaving your comfort zone. But the price of staying the same is even higher. When you understand this in your heart, when you truly feel it, the choice becomes obvious: you need to change. Not because it's pleasant, but because staying the same is far too costly. And let me add something else: changing is not as complicated as you usually imagine. It seems hard because it is new territory, because it's different, because your mind leans toward what it knows, even when what it knows is no longer good for you. But when you dare to take the first steps, when you begin to move in the right direction, the process becomes kinder. Not because the path changes, but because you become stronger. And that strength, that resilience, is built little by little. It doesn't appear overnight, nor from a single spectacular gesture, but through small, repeated actions. It is born when you get up every morning and follow through on what you promised, when you keep your word to yourself, when you don't give up in the tough moments. And believe me, those moments will come. There will be days when you'll want to walk away from everything. There will be moments when you'll ask yourself if it's really worth it to keep going. And it is precisely then that you must remember why you started. Go back to your vision and picture yourself in the future, having achieved what you set out to do, and feel that deep satisfaction. And then you only need to take one more step, just one, because you don't have to see the entire staircase. The only thing you truly need is the next step, and with each step, you get a little closer. With each right decision, you become stronger. With each day of discipline, you generate the momentum that over time will take you to where you want to be. And there will come a moment when you look back and see everything you have traveled, and you will feel proud, not a vain pride, but a deep, genuine pride, because you will know that you earned it, that it wasn't luck or coincidence. It was you, your decisions, your dedication, your consistency. And that experience, that feeling of achievement, is one of the most beautiful there is, because it doesn't come from the outside. It comes from you, from your character, from your inner strength, and no one can take it away from you. No matter what happens on the outside, that certainty that you are capable of doing hard things stays with you. And that is what builds true self-esteem. Not a self-esteem based on other people's approval, nor held up by other people's opinions about you, but a self-esteem built on real evidence, on concrete signs that you can trust yourself, that when you commit to something, you achieve it. And that, my friend, is priceless, because with that self-esteem and that authentic confidence, you can face any situation. Now, I know I've shared a lot with you, And you may be wondering, where do I start? What is the first step? And the answer is simple. Begin exactly where you are with what you already have, and do what is within your reach. Don't overwhelm yourself trying to change everything at once. Choose one thing, something you know will make a difference in your life if you transform it. And start there. It could be your morning routine. It could be the way you eat, your way of thinking, or a relationship you need to heal or let go of. Choose one area and focus your energy on it. And when that change has become part of you, when it no longer requires so much conscious effort, add something else, and then something more, and over time, your whole life transforms. Because real transformation is not a single isolated event, it is a path. It is the sum of small adjustments that, when accumulated, end up producing a completely different result. And the beautiful thing about this process is that it has no final point. There will always be something new to learn. There will always be a higher level of growth. There will always be a larger version of yourself waiting to come to light. That is the adventure of living, not reaching a goal and staying still, but continuing to evolve, continuing to expand, continuing to become more than who you once were. And on that journey, you not only transform your own life, you also transform the lives of those around you. Because your example inspires your change, gives others permission to change. Your success becomes proof for others that it is also possible for them, and that creating a positive domino effect is one of the greatest contributions you can make, because the world needs more people committed to their growth, to excellence, to living up to their highest potential. The world needs fewer complaints and more action. Fewer people pointing fingers and more people taking responsibility. Fewer who wait passively and more who dare to create. And you can be one of those people, not because you have something magical or extraordinary, but because you decide to be, because you consciously choose to live differently, to think differently, to become someone different. And that choice, repeated day after day, is what shapes an extraordinary life. Now, before going any deeper, I want to make you another request. If this message is resonating with you, if you feel that you are finding value here, subscribe to this channel, because there is much more content like this to accompany you in your process. And by subscribing, you create a constant reminder that you remain committed to your growth. Each new video that appears will be like a small push in the right direction, so do it now. Subscribe and activate the bell so you don't miss anything. Very well. Now let's go even deeper, because there are levels of truth you need to look at directly. And one of those truths is this: your success is not determined so much by what you do, but by who you are. You can have all the right strategies, all the right tools, all the perfect opportunities, but if you don't cultivate the right character, sooner or later, you will end up collapsing. Or something even harsher, you could achieve a success that looks impressive on the outside and still feel deeply empty on the inside. And character is built in the everyday, in those small decisions that no one sees, in those choices that give you no prestige on social media, in those decisions that are simply fair, like returning the extra money the cashier gave you by mistake, like keeping your word even when it's uncomfortable, like choosing what is right, even when no one is watching. Those decisions, those small acts of integrity, are the ones that shape you. They are the ones that build a solid foundation upon which you can raise something lasting. Because success without integrity is fragile. It can fall apart at any time. But success built on integrity is stable. It weathers storms, withstands pressure, and remains over time. And when you choose to live with integrity, when your actions align with your values, a peace arises that wraps your entire experience. A peace you cannot obtain in any other way, because you stop living in inner conflict. You stop pretending to be someone you are not, and you simply allow yourself to be yourself. And that authenticity has a magnetic force. It draws in the right people. It attracts the right opportunities, because there is a coherence within you that others can feel. But this requires that you are clear about your values, and most people have never taken the time to define them. They move through life reacting, adopting the values of those around them, or of whatever society dictates, without stopping to examine whether those values truly fit who they are deep inside. And that almost always leads to dissatisfaction. So ask yourself this question: what is truly important to me? Family freedom, creativity, growth, contribution. Identify your core values and then live according to them. Make choices based on those values. And when an option appears, ask yourself, is this aligned with my values? If the answer is yes, move forward. If the answer is no, even if it seems very tempting, let it go. Because when you live aligned with your values, there appears a sense of inner rightness, a deep knowing that you are on the right path. And that feeling strengthens you, gives you clarity, gives you direction. And in difficult moments when the decision is not obvious, your values become your compass. And since we're talking about hard times, let's talk about adversity, because adversity is an inevitable part of life. It doesn't matter how much you plan or how disciplined you are. There will be times when things won't turn out as you expected. There will be rejections, mistakes, and losses. And in those moments, it's very easy to lose heart. It's easy to think it's not worth continuing. It's tempting to want to give up. But let me tell you something about adversity. It is the greatest teacher you will ever find, not while you're going through it, because in that moment, it hurts. In that moment, everything looks blurry. You cannot see the meaning. However, with time, when you look back, you realize it was in those tough periods that you grew the most. It was in the middle of adversity that you discovered what you're made of. It was in those situations where everything seemed lost that you found a strength you didn't even know existed within you. And that strength, that resilience, is what prepares you to reach higher levels of success, because success also brings its own challenges, more responsibility, more pressure, more complexity. And if you haven't developed the inner strength to sustain it, it will end up overwhelming you. But if you've gone through adversity, if you've learned to get up again and again, if you've cultivated that resilience, you will be able to sustain any level of success. That's why you must not curse adversity. Don't see it as something that only happens to you. See it as something that happens for you to strengthen you, to teach you, to prepare you. And when you change that perspective, when you begin seeing challenges as opportunities, everything changes. You stop seeing yourself as a victim and discover yourself as a learner. And each challenge becomes a lesson that prepares you for your next level. And here, another deep truth arises. You already have everything you need. You don't need more information or more resources or more time What you really need is to use what you already have in your hands, because most people live chasing what's next, the next course, the next book, the supposed final secret. And in that endless search, they rarely put anything into practice. They never give one single thing enough time to bear fruit. But success doesn't come from hoarding knowledge. It comes from doing more with what you already know, from implementing, from applying, from executing. And if you take even a small portion of what you already know and decide to apply it sincerely, you will start seeing changes. Because knowledge without action is sterile. It stays as theory as speech. In contrast, knowledge combined with action becomes power-deep transformation energy that produces tangible results. That's why you must stop limiting yourself to consuming content and start creating. Stop staying only in the stage of learning and start practicing. Stop remaining stuck in planning and start executing. Because life does not reward good intentions, it rewards actions. And yes, your first steps won't be perfect. You will make mistakes. Things won't turn out exactly as you imagined. But that's okay. In fact, it's a necessary part of the path, because it's by acting that you truly learn. It's through direct experience that you discover what works and what doesn't. Every mistake, every fall, is a valuable message that guides you a little closer to your goal. That's why you shouldn't be so afraid of mistakes. Be more afraid of staying paralyzed. Because the only real failure is not moving, letting fear stop you reaching the end of your life with a list of, "I wish I had tried." That is in reality the true tragedy. Not that you dared and things didn't turn out the way you wanted, but that you never gave yourself the chance to try. And let me tell you something about failure. Failure is not the opposite of success. It is one of its parts. Every person you now consider successful has fallen more times than you can imagine. The difference is, they didn't stay living in the fall. They looked at what happened, took the lessons, got up, corrected their course, and tried again. And over time, with enough attempts and firm perseverance, they reached success. That's why you must allow failures to come early and come often, but keep going, because each fall brings you a little closer to the achievement. Each no clears the way for a yes. Each door that closes redirects you to another that will open, but only if you keep knocking, only if you keep trying, only if you refuse to give up. And herein lies a secret many ignore. Success is not based solely on talent or luck or connections, even though all of that can help. At its core, success is tied to perseverance, to that inner willingness to do what others don't want to do, to keep advancing when others stop, to keep your faith, even when there are no logical reasons to do so. Because at some point along the way, you will reach what I call the valley of despair. That moment when you've already invested time, energy, and resources, but still see no results. And it is precisely there that many give up. They are one step away from a big breakthrough, but because they can't see it, they stop right before it happens. Don't choose to belong to that group. When you find yourself in that valley, when you feel that nothing is working, remember that the night gets darkest just before dawn, that in truth, you are closer than you think, and that if you hold on a little longer, if you take one more step, everything can change, because many times the difference between failure and success is just one more step. So keep going, not out of naive optimism, but out of a deep inner commitment, from a firm determination not to give up, to find a way or create a new one to honor. that your dream is too valuable to abandon, and that you are too valuable to betray yourself. And as you continue moving forward, honor every bit of progress. Don't postpone your well-being until the day you reach the final goal. Be grateful for every small step, every lesson, every obstacle you manage to overcome. Because life isn't just about the destination, but about the path. It's about the person you're becoming as you walk it. And along that journey, you will discover parts of yourself you didn't know. You will see strengths you didn't know you had. You will find abilities that had remained dormant. You will meet a version of yourself that is stronger, more capable, and more resilient than you ever imagined. And that version of you has been there all along, patiently waiting for you to choose, to decide, to dare to take the first step, to trust yourself. And now, as you listen to these words and allow these ideas to enter your inner world, you begin to awaken that version. You begin to call it forth, and at the same time, to respond to it. Because all I've shared with you is not just words, they are keys. Keys that open doors within you. Doors to new possibilities. Doors to new levels of awareness. Doors to a life you always knew was possible, but perhaps didn't know how to access. And now you understand. Now you have a map, not the entire map, because it reveals itself section by section, but you already hold the first step in your hands, and then the next, and then another. And if you keep moving, if you keep trusting the process, you will not only reach the goal you currently envision, you will also arrive at places and possibilities you didn't even know existed for you. Because when you start living with intention, when you choose to direct your mind harmoniously, when you begin to connect with your true potential, life itself seems to support you. Meaningful coincidences arise. Unexpected doors open, the right people appear at the right time, and you discover you are not walking alone, that there is a higher wisdom accompanying you. Some call it the universe, others call it God, others call it the subconscious. The name doesn't matter. What truly matters is that when you align, when you do your part, forces appear that begin to sustain you. A momentum is created that keeps increasing, and what once seemed impossible starts to flow with much greater ease. But this does not mean that everything will be easy or that effort will vanish. It means that the effort you make will find an echo, that your actions will have real impact, that your work will bear fruit, because you will be cooperating with natural laws, not fighting against them. And those laws are simple. Sow and reap, give and receive, focus and create. They are principles that have existed since the beginning of time, but in the noise of the modern world, we have forgotten them. We have fallen into the trap of chasing shortcuts, tricks, and easy paths, only to discover in the end that the easy path does not actually exist. What does exist is the right way to do things, and that path is not complicated. It is clear and direct, not always comfortable, but simple. Choose a goal. Define your purpose, design a plan, act. Consistently adjust your course when necessary, and don't give up. That's it. It's not about magic or hidden secrets. It's about discipline, commitment, and effort, but a kind of effort full of meaning, work with purpose, a labor that nourishes you instead of draining you. Because when you move towards something that truly matters to you deep down, it stops feeling like a mere obligation and starts feeling like a mission, like an inner calling, like the certainty that you are doing exactly what you are meant to be doing. And that experience, that inner alignment, is what we all desire. It is feeling that you are in the right place, doing the right thing at the right time. And when you live from there, a peace emerges that does not depend on what happens outside. A joy arises that is not limited by external circumstances. A deep satisfaction is born from knowing that you are honoring your truth, and that is the life available to you, not in some distant future, but now, today, in this moment. Because transformation is not an event reserved for someday. It is a process that begins the moment you choose, the moment you commit and take the first step. And that first step is simple. Decide that from now on, you are going to be different. You are going to think in a different way. You are going to act differently. You are going to live differently. And keeping that decision alive day after day is what ends up transforming your entire reality, because the power is within you. It has always been there. You just needed to remember it. You just needed to switch it on. And that is precisely what is happening now. As you listen to these words and let them reach your awareness, something inside you begins to activate. Something awakens. And that something is your true potential. That's why, take a deep breath. Feel that power within you. Acknowledge it, embrace it, and decide to use it. Because the world needs your light. The world needs that contribution. Only you can make the world needs you to become everything you can be. And yes, in some sense, you owe it to the world, but above all, you owe it to yourself. Because you deserve an extraordinary life. You deserve to experience the fullness of your potential. You deserve the calm and joy of knowing that you gave your best, that you didn't hold back, that you didn't settle, that you went after your dreams with all your heart. And when you reach the final stretch of your path and look back, I hope you can say calmly, I gave it my all, I lived fully. I held nothing back, and I regret nothing. That is the kind of life that is truly worth living, and it is the life that is within your reach, if you decide to choose it. So choose. Choose now. Choose with full presence. Choose with determination. Because every second that passes without making that decision is a moment that slips away, and you can no longer allow yourself to keep letting your time escape. You can no longer keep giving yourself permission to postpone your own life. You can no longer continue accepting a half-lived existence. It is time to go all in. It is time to give yourself completely. It is time to let go of fear and make room for courage. It is time to stop shrinking and start expanding. It is time to recognize your power and choose to put it into action. And I am fully convinced that you can do it. I can see that the resources you need live within you. Because if you have made it this far, if you have welcomed every word, it is because there is a part of you that already knows the time has come, that feels ready, that senses it is capable. And that inner knowing, that quiet certainty is your compass. Trust it, follow it, and it will take you exactly to the place you are meant to be. Now let me share with you a simple and practical plan that you can start applying right now. A plan that, if you maintain it with discipline, can transform your life over the next 90 days. Because 90 days are enough to create real change, solidify new habits, and start seeing tangible results. Days 1 to 30. Clarity and foundations. In this initial phase, you focus your attention on achieving deep clarity about who you are, what you want, and where you are heading. Each morning, set aside the first 10 minutes to write down your goals. It's not about writing them once and forgetting them, but about putting them down each day. That way you keep sewing them into your subconscious. And every night before going to bed, dedicate another 10 minutes to imagining your success. See yourself with your goals already achieved. Allow the emotions to surface. Make that scene feel real in your mind. In these first 30 days, you will also establish your essential routines, your morning routine, your night routine, your movement routine, and your nutrition routine, because routines provide structure, and structure creates space for real freedom. I know it may sound contradictory, but it's true. When there is structure, you no longer have to spend energy deciding what to do. You simply follow the system, and in this way, your mind remains available for what truly matters. Days 31 to 60, action and momentum. In this second stage, your focus shifts to decisive, continuous action. You already have clarity and your routines established. Now it's time to move firmly into execution. Define the 3 key actions that bring you closest to your goal, and every day without exception carry out at least one of them. It doesn't matter if the action seems small. What matters is keeping the movement, because momentum generates more momentum. And during these days, you will start noticing results. Maybe not yet the final outcome you desire, but certainly visible progress. And every time you see progress, celebrate it and give yourself credit, because your mind needs that reward to stay motivated. It needs to confirm that your effort is bearing fruit. In this stage, obstacles will also appear, situations that won't unfold as you expected. And when that happens, don't fall apart. Simply adjust, learn, and move on, because failure only becomes failure when you give up. If you keep trying, it is just feedback information showing you what needs refining. Days 61 to 90, refinement and expansion. In this final phase, your focus is on fine-tuning what works and letting go of what no longer adds value. By then, you will already have built momentum and you will see progress. Now, it's time to optimize, do more of what works and less of what doesn't. And it's also the moment to expand your vision, because what 90 days ago seemed impossible now feels attainable. That dream that looked distant is now much closer. And when you sense that your initial goal is within reach, it will be time to think bigger. Set a new goal, raise your standard, because growth has no ceiling. There is always a new level you can rise to. And at the end of these 90 days, when you look back, you will be amazed at how far you've come, how much you've changed, and how different your life feels. And the most powerful part is that you will understand that if you were able to achieve this in 90 days, there is no limit to what you can create in a year, and 5 years, or in your entire life. But everything begins with the decision to start, with the commitment to stay the course, and with the discipline not to give up. That decision, that commitment, and that discipline are what make you unstoppable. I know it's a lot of information, and it may feel overwhelming, but it doesn't have to be. You don't need to do everything at once. You just need to begin. Take one step and then another, and almost without noticing, you'll be advancing. And once you're in motion, it's much easier to keep going than to start again from zero. And remember, you are not alone in this process. There are millions of people around the world walking the same path, committed to their growth, working on themselves. Even if you don't see them, you are connected with them in spirit. You are part of a community that refuses to settle, that does not accept a mediocre life, and that has decided to reach its highest potential. And that community supports you, encourages you, and inspires you. And as you work on yourself, you also support and uplift them, because your success inspires. Your transformation gives others permission to transform. Your courage awakens dormant courage in those around you. And so together we raise collective consciousness. Together we contribute to a better world, one brave act at a time, one conscious decision at a time, one transformed life at a time. And that is the beauty of this path. Although it is deeply personal, it is also universal. Although you begin it for yourself, at the same time, you walk it for others. Because when you grow, everyone around you benefits. Your children find a living example. Your partner receives a higher version of you. Your friends are strengthened by your energy. Your colleagues are inspired by the way you work, and the world becomes a little better because you chose to become better. So do not underestimate the power of your own transformation. Don't think that focusing on yourself is a selfish act. In reality, it is one of the most generous things you can offer, because no one can give what they don't have. You cannot ignite inspiration in others if you yourself are extinguished. You cannot lift others up if you feel shattered inside. First, fill your own cup, and only when it overflows, share from that overflow with those around you. And as you fill that cup, as you carry out your inner work, treat yourself with patience and compassion, because this path is neither straight nor perfect. There will be bright days and heavy days, moments of progress and moments of apparent setback. And that's okay. It is a natural part of the process. Don't expect perfection, expect progress, and celebrate every tiny movement forward, because every step matters, every day counts, every choice leaves a trace. And even if in the moment they seem like small details, as time passes, those small decisions accumulate, gain power, and end up creating extraordinary results. Imagine that every day you improve just 1%. Just 1%. It sounds like very little, right? But after a year, you are not just 1% better. You are 37 times better. Because growth behaves exponentially, not in a straight line. And this shows us that even the tiniest changes sustained over time can lead to enormous transformations. That's why you must not get discouraged if at the beginning you don't see spectacular changes. Trust the process, trust the cumulative effect, trust that each effort is contributing to your transformation, even if your eyes cannot see it yet, because beneath the surface, many pieces are already moving. Your mind is reorganizing. Your identity is being renewed. Your future is being shaped. And the day will come when suddenly everything clicks. You see the fruits and find yourself living the life you had imagined. And then you will understand that it was all worth it, that every sacrifice, every moment of discipline, and every conscious choice had a deep meaning. But don't postpone your satisfaction until that final point. Discover it along the way, in the process itself, in everyday growth, because real life is in the journey, not only in the destination. And if you learn to savor the path, if you find joy in the process, each day becomes a victory. Each day becomes a gift. Each day becomes a chance to be a higher version of yourself. And with that way of seeing life, with that serene perspective, nothing can truly stop you, because your happiness no longer depends on what happens outside. You don't condition your well-being on some future achievement. You can feel good now. You can experience satisfaction from this very moment. And from that state of inner fullness and satisfaction, you create more, attract more, and live more. Because life responds to the frequency you emit. It responds to your energy. And when your energy is made up of gratitude, joy, and satisfaction, life brings you more reasons to be grateful, more reasons to smile, and more reasons to feel fulfilled. It is an upward spiral, and once you enter it, that very momentum keeps lifting you higher and higher. But it all begins with the decision to see with new eyes, to place your attention on what you already have instead of what you lack, to be grateful for your progress rather than lament what is still missing, to celebrate where you are while walking toward where you want to go. And that ability to hold two realities at the same time, to embrace the present and at the same time keep the vision of the future alive, is the balance that the most successful people have learned to cultivate. They don't become so obsessed with the future that they forget to enjoy the now, nor do they get so comfortable in the present that they stop growing. They live in both worlds, and there lies the key to a full and successful life. So practice that balance. Be grateful for where you are. Celebrate what you've already achieved. Honor the road you've traveled, and at the same time, keep a clear vision of where you're heading. Keep your goals alive, keep your efforts steady, and live in that beautiful space between satisfaction and healthy ambition. Because in that middle ground is where the real magic happens. Peace meets strength, gratitude meets growth, and being embraces doing. And when you live from that place, your life becomes a masterpiece, a genuine expression of who you truly are. And who you are in essence is much greater than what you've allowed yourself to show up to now. You are stronger, more capable, more powerful, more loving, wiser, more creative, more resilient, more of everything good that lives in the human being. Because your essence, your deepest core, is pure possibility, unlimited energy waiting to be expressed. And every day you live with presence. Every day you choose your growth. You let more of that essence come to light. You peel away the layers of conditioning that were hiding it and set your true self free. And when you do that, when you let your true self shine, you not only transform your own life, you also light up the path for others. People sense authenticity, feel real power, recognize a genuine light. And when they see it in you, something within them switches on and whispers, "If he can, I can. If she did it, I can do it too." And in this way, your inner change becomes inspiration for others. Their change in turn inspires more people, and the impact expands in a chain. And that is the authentic legacy. Not money, not possessions, not titles or awards, but the mark you leave on others' lives, the lives you touched, uplifted, inspired. That is the legacy that endures. That is the legacy that truly matters. That's why as you work on yourself and go through your own process of change, remember that you're not doing it only for you. You're also doing it for those who will come after, for your children, your grandchildren, for all the people whose lives you will brush against without even knowing it. Because the good you create and the growth you achieve extend far beyond your own story. It has a ripple effect that continues acting even long after you are no longer here. And that, my friend, is something truly worth living for, something worth making an effort for, and when necessary, even sacrificing for. Because when you live with that level of purpose, when you recognize that your life is bigger than your own personal story, there's a deep sense that permeates every moment. A satisfaction is born that goes beyond circumstances and a peace that surpasses any explanation. And that peace, that fulfillment, and that deep sense are in truth what we all long for. They are not found outside. They are not in the external. They are found here, inside, in your connection with your purpose, in your decision to grow, and in your sincere desire to serve others. That's where they live, and when you find it, when you truly find it, everything else starts to fall into place. The worries that once kept you awake shrink. The problems that once overwhelmed you become manageable. Sometimes we forget that the mind never fully sleeps. The body relaxes, the muscles loosen, the breathing becomes slower. But in its deepest layers, the mind remains awake. Even while you sleep, it continues creating, interpreting, and reorganizing. That is why what you feed your mind in the moments just before sleep is so important. If your last dialogue of the day is with fear, fear will accompany you into your dreams. But if your last conversation is with faith, faith will wrap you throughout the night. Your subconscious mind does not separate what happens on the outside from what you imagine on the inside. It only reacts to whatever you insist on again and again. Every thought you sustain is an order. Every emotion you hold is a message. Every word you repeat is an instruction. That is why this practice is not about reciting empty phrases, but about planting new realities. Each affirmation you speak with genuine conviction becomes a seed within you. And those seeds do not sprout immediately. They first need to grow roots. For that reason, sometimes you don't see changes instantly. However, while you sleep, those roots spread. While you dream, your inner connections grow stronger. While your body rests, your mind continues creating. And if you feed your mind with ideas of abundance, faith, and love, those roots will become strong and deep. What you plant today in silence will show up tomorrow in your reality. I remember a time in my life when at nightfall, my mind was a whirlwind of unrest. I would go to bed thinking about everything left undone, about all that could go wrong, about what others might be thinking of me. Night after night, the same story repeated itself, a silent chain of anxiety, until one day I understood that each thought before sleeping was like a program my subconscious executed during the night. That day, I chose to rewrite that inner code. I began to speak to myself in a different way. I am at peace. I am safe. Everything is okay. Tomorrow will be a great day. At first, it sounded forced. My conscious mind resisted, but even so, I kept repeating it. Night after night, week after week, and little by little, something began to change. I woke up lighter, clearer, more focused, as if my mind, instead of sabotaging me, had been working in my favor while I slept. That is the essence of genuine reprogramming. It does not happen suddenly, but when you are consistent, change becomes inevitable. If you persevere and keep feeding your mind with words aligned with what you long for, transformation ends up appearing. It has no other choice, because just as water drop by drop wears down and smooths the stone, repetition shapes your mind, softens, it gives it form, and with time, what once seemed unattainable becomes something natural. I want you to imagine it for a moment. Picture your mind as a serene lake. Each thought is a stone you drop on its surface. If you throw in stones of doubt, fear, and scarcity, the ripples distort the reflection and you stop seeing clearly. If instead you drop in stones of love, trust, and gratitude, the image clears again. You see who you truly are. You recognize your greatness. You recognize your power. That is why it is so important to watch what you place in the lake of your mind, especially before sleeping, when its waters are at their calmest. And I want you to remember something essential. You cannot always prevent the first thought from showing up, but you can choose which one will be the second. The first is an automatic reflex. The second is an act of consciousness. And that is precisely where your power lies. Because if every time a fearful thought appears, you choose to replace it with one of faith, you are reprogramming. If every time an idea of doubt appears, you change it for one of possibility, you are reprogramming. If every time you feel defeated, you decide to swap it for resilience, you keep reprogramming. And that practice, repeated again and again, day after day, night after night, truly transforms the connections in your brain. Many people underestimate the power of a single conscious thought. They believe that one affirmation cannot change anything, but an affirmation is like a spark, and a single spark can set an entire forest on fire. What begins as a simple phrase can become an emotion. That emotion moves you into action. That action produces a result, and that result reinforces the belief that originated it. That's how the virtuous circle of change is created. For this reason, every word you speak with intention carries deep power. It is not just a sound, it is a vibration. And that vibration does not vanish. It stays in you, reshapes you, harmonizes you. A woman I met a few years ago told me her life changed radically just by changing the way she spoke to herself. For years, she told herself she wasn't enough, that it was already too late, that she didn't have the strength to start over. Every night she went to sleep with those phrases, and every morning she woke up exhausted. Until one day, she decided to try something different. Instead of continuing to feed her fears, she chose to focus on gratitude. Every night before bed, she wrote down 3 things she felt grateful for. At first, it was hard for her to find them, but as the days passed, it became easier, almost spontaneous. She discovered that the more she gave thanks, the more reasons appeared to keep giving thanks. Her mind changed, her energy rose, and her whole life took a turn. And it all began with that simple, nightly habit. We often think that changing the mind requires enormous sacrifices, complicated processes, endless therapy sessions, or years of inner work. But real transformation begins with an instant of clarity, with a brief moment of decision, with a sentence spoken sincerely from the heart. You do not need to understand every detail of the process for it to work in you. You only need enough faith to take the first step. And if you repeat that gesture every night, your mind will gradually reconfigure itself, even if it looks on the outside as if nothing is changing. Tonight, before sleeping, I want you to remember something with great clarity. Every thought you hold is a seed. It doesn't matter if you had a hard day, if something did not go as you wanted, if there were moments of anger or frustration. At the end of the day, you are the one who chooses which seeds to keep. Let go of the ones you don't want to cultivate. Release the ones you don't want to grow, and consciously choose those you want to see bloom tomorrow. Because your inner garden fills itself with what you plant in those last minutes before rest. Have you noticed that sometimes as soon as you open your eyes, you're already feeling an emotion without quite knowing where it comes from? Maybe one day you wake up full of enthusiasm, and another day with a weight on your chest. That is not a coincidence. It is the result of the dialogue you had with yourself the night before. If your last vibration was gratitude, you will wake up lighter. If it was full of worry, you will open your eyes in tension. That's why you must start caring for your nighttime energy, just as you care about what you eat or how you rest. It has exactly the same importance. And if at some point you notice that you're slipping backward, that old thoughts return, don't blame yourself or punish yourself harshly. It's natural. The mind is like a river that has been flowing in the same riverbed for years. You cannot change its course from one day to the next, but with each new idea, with each affirmation, with every conscious act, you are gradually diverting that river toward a new channel. The day will arrive when, almost without realizing it, the water no longer flows where it used to, but runs toward a different destination, toward a new version of yourself. So each night right before sleeping, repeat it softly. I am at peace. I am growing. My mind works in my favor. My subconscious guides me toward my purpose. Don't say them mechanically. Allow those words to be felt. Imagine they enter you like a warm, loving light. Picture that light traveling through your mind, dissolving old fears, cleansing heavy thoughts, and creating space for new, higher ideas. And as you hold that image, breathe deeply. Let a deep calm wrap around you, because in that state, your mind becomes especially receptive. Your subconscious does not need shouting or desperate efforts. It seeks coherence. It doesn't follow isolated words, but the constant quality of the emotion that accompanies them. If your words and your emotions point in the same direction, the message is integrated. If you say, I am capable, but you say it full of doubt, your mind registers the doubt more than the affirmation. On the other hand, if you speak it with calm, with serenity, and with a certainty, even a small one, your mind accepts it as truth. That's why this process isn't about forcing yourself or fighting, but about allowing everything to flow more gently. It's not about imposing new beliefs on yourself by force, but about letting the old ones dissolve and allowing the new ones to appear and take root naturally. And a moment will come when you no longer have to repeat so much, not because the process is over, but because the reprogramming has already taken hold in you. Your spontaneous thoughts will begin to be more positive. Your inner dialogue will become more compassionate and loving. The way you respond to challenges will naturally transform. And when you reach that point, you will understand that your mind was never your enemy. It was simply waiting for you to give it new instructions. When you begin to change the way you speak to yourself, your environment also starts to move, sometimes in ways so subtle you might easily overlook them. A message that appears at just the right time, a meaningful coincidence, an idea that arises at the perfect moment. And when you observe with more awareness, you realize it isn't mere chance, but synchronicity. Your new inner frequency begins to attract experiences that resonate with it, and as you continue working on your mind, that harmony becomes more and more natural. You start trusting more, letting go of the urge to control. You stop forcing results, because you understand that life responds to the climate you carry within. However, this phase of the journey is especially delicate. At this point, many people become overconfident. They begin to see their first changes and think the work is done. Then they drop their guard, return to old habits, and little by little, almost without noticing, the previous programming starts to regain control. The subconscious does not erase the old overnight. It needs consistency and repetition. It needs to hear a new story again and again until there is no room left for the old narrative. That is why when you notice progress, don't stop. Reinforce it, strengthen it. Every time you see yourself responding calmly to a situation that used to overwhelm you, take note of it. Remind yourself, this is evidence. I am changing. My mind is learning. Because every time you consciously acknowledge a small achievement, you reinforce the new connections in your brain. Every silent celebration inside you consolidates the identity you are creating. And here I want to pause on something fundamental: your identity. Every deep and lasting change is born from a new way of seeing yourself. It is not enough to change only your actions. It is necessary to transform the image you have of who you are. If you keep seeing yourself as the same person you've always been, your mind will lead you back again and again to the same patterns. But if you begin to see yourself as someone disciplined, capable, and brave, your actions will start to align with that new image. Your behavior will always end up following the identity you assume. Therefore, the core of change is not only in what you do, but in who you are being. The subconscious loves coherence and always seeks to confirm what it believes. If you see yourself as lazy, your mind will look for experiences that support that image. If you see yourself as determined, it will try to find proof that confirms that determination. So ask yourself honestly, which version of you are you feeding? Every thought you repeat about who you are becomes a statement of identity. I'm not good at this. This always happens to me. I never have any luck. Those phrases act like commands that your mind follows without question. But you have the ability to change them, to replace them with new descriptions. I'm learning. Every day I'm improving. Things are working out in my favor. And the more you repeat them with intention, the truer they will start to feel to you. Once I heard a phrase that left a deep mark on me. Your mind believes everything you tell it with conviction. It doesn't matter whether it's real at the time or not, you will end up believing it if you repeat it enough. Such is its power. That is why it is so crucial to watch the words you use to talk about yourself, because they don't just describe what you perceive, they also design what is coming. The phrases you use about yourself are like the blueprints of the future you are building. A few years ago, I met a man who had gone through a very difficult period. In less than a year, he lost his job, his marriage, and his home. He felt completely defeated. However, one day while we were talking, he said something that deeply impacted me. I've decided that this will not be my story. This will be my transition. That single phrase changed everything. Instead of seeing himself as a victim of what was happening to him, he began to see himself as someone who was going through a process of transformation. That small nuance in the way he spoke changed his energy completely. He began to act from a different attitude. He looked for work with enthusiasm. He took care of his body and his health. He opened himself to new people. And in less than a year, his life was different, almost unrecognizable. All because he changed the way he defined himself with his own words. That is why I want to leave this message very clear for you. Speak to yourself as the person you want to become, not as the version of you that you want to leave behind. Don't talk to yourself only from your past. Speak to yourself from your future. Instead of saying, "I'm always like this," or "I never manage it," choose phrases like, "I'm learning to act differently." Every day, I am more aligned with who I want to be. I am becoming someone stronger, clearer, more confident. At first, those words may sound strange, even false, because your mind is accustomed to the old story. But if you repeat them with love, with patience, and with persistence, that new story will begin to feel more and more real. And there will come a day when you will look at your life and realize that what you once said as an act of faith has become your everyday reality, because that is the order of the process. First you sow with your words, then you water with your actions, and finally you harvest in your reality. But the seed always begins in how you speak to yourself. That is why from this night on, I invite you to be extremely careful with the phrases you repeat, especially those beginning with "I am." "I am" is one of the most powerful declarations a human being can make. Whatever you put after those two words, your subconscious will take as a command. I am useless. I am a disaster. I am unlucky. I am weak. Each of these phrases is not just a description, it is an instruction. You are telling your mind, "Organize my reality," to prove that this is true, but you can also use that same power in your favor. I am capable. I am learning. I am resilient. I am worthy of good things. I am in the process of becoming my best version. These phrases are not about denying your current reality, but about opening a path toward a more expansive reality. They are like lights you turn on along the road so that your mind can find a new route. So, tonight before you sleep, and tomorrow when you wake up, choose consciously the "I am" you are going to declare. And every time you notice that an old phrase wants to come back, pause and choose a new one. It will be uncomfortable at first, because every change challenges the known. But with time, that discomfort will become familiarity and later strength. Remember, your mind is not your enemy. It is a powerful ally that simply learned patterns that are no longer useful for you. Your task now is to teach it a new way of being, a new way of thinking, a new way of speaking. And that teaching is not done in a single day, but it does begin in a single day this day. If you have come this far, it is no accident. There is a part of you that is ready for this level of work, for this depth of transformation. So, as you prepare to rest, take with you this certainty you are reprogramming your mind. Every word you have heard and embraced tonight is leaving a trace inside you. Maybe you won't notice the change tomorrow morning. Maybe the outside will look very similar. But inside, things are already moving. There are old beliefs that are starting to crack, and new beliefs that are beginning to take root. Trust that process. Trust that your subconscious listens. Trust that every night like this is an investment in the person you are becoming. And above all, remember, you deserve this effort. You deserve this care. You deserve this new story. Because deep down, you have always been that powerful, clear, wise, loving mind that little by little you are allowing to emerge. Cuando quieras seguir con otro texto en español, mándalo. Y continuamos igual, traducción fiel, tono profesional y sin resumir nada.